The final leg of this 9-game road trip for the Phillies finds them up at Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. They get set for a 2-game series here, and then there's 2 more down in Philadelphia against the Red Sox. That's right, it's back into interleague play. The Phils and the Red Sox, they faced each other an awful lot since interleague play began. And where are the Red Sox sitting as far as the American League East goes? Well, they're 34-28. They're 4 games behind the Yankees. The Yankees have been red hot. The Red Sox lost last night to the Tigers in a game which took 4 hours and 6 minutes. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy along with Ben Davis. Well, this Red Sox team has a lot of the same components that they had last year. No David Ortiz, obviously, but Xander Bogaerts continues to evolve, and Mitch Moreland over the last 30 games has been one of the hotter first basemen in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, the two of them have been so consistent throughout the course of the year. Missing Big Papi, yes, it's a huge offensive piece that's out of this lineup, but Bogaerts, a model of consistency. You know you're going to get the average out of Xander, but you're now also starting to get some of the pop. A little bit of thunder coming out of his bat recently, a lot of extra base hits. And Mitch Moreland, what else can you say about him? I mean, he is a huge pickup for this Boston Red Sox team. Now, offensively, yes, they do it day in and day out, but defensively, the two of them are at the top of the American League.
All right, so you're seeing Moreland use the entire field here. He goes to center field. Now he goes off the green monster. We mentioned he's been one of the hotter first basemen in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days. He's hitting well over 300 during that stretch. And you see the numbers combined between these two. Bogaerts at 325, Moreland at 279, and there's so many guys in this lineup that have 8 home runs or more.
Yeah, and that's good to see, and they're only starting to get that much hotter. But Moreland's a guy that basically had to pull a lot of his home runs in Texas. Now he can use that green monster to his advantage.
All right, meanwhile, on the mound tonight for the Red Sox is Rick Porcello. He's been a different story compared to last year. Last year, he got a lot of run support. This year, he's not getting the same kind of run support. Now, this is a positive outing earlier this year. But even here, the sinker, which was so good last year, finds the middle of the plate a lot.
Yeah, and that's if you're a sinker ball pitcher and that pitch is elevated, it's going to get hit, especially if you throw that pitch upwards of 62% of every 5th day that you toe the slab. 2015, not real good. 2016, when he won the Cy Young Award, he was very good, but like you said, Tom, getting a ton of run support. That ERA upwards of 3, but this year it's a completely different story.
So an earned run average of 4.46, so that's the issue for the Red Sox. The issue for the Phillies is that Jared Eichhoff is winless this year, but he'll take the baseball again, and he will face the Red Sox here tonight at Fenway Park. So you see the particulars on Eichhoff, you see the particulars on Porcello. When we return, we'll go to the CSN studios before first pitch. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, official bank of the Phillies. Visit citizensbank.com. By Coca-Cola, taste the feeling. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. series for the Phils and the Red Sox. 2 here at Fenway, and then 2 down in Philadelphia. Pete Buchanan just exchanged lineup cards with Ruben Amaro Jr., who brought it out for the Boston Red Sox. And Pete is hoping his team can end a 5-game losing streak. It's been a tough road. There's Ruben heading back into the dugout in his 2nd season as the first base coach for the Boston Red Sox. Rick Porcello has taken the mound ahead of his teammates and is about to begin his warm-up tosses. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. So Daniel Nava makes his 2nd consecutive start in left field for the Phillies. Howie Kendrick moves down to the cleanup spot. He's a .372 career hitter here at Fenway Park. Andrew Knapp catches for a 2nd consecutive game, and he's batting 8th. And they will face the 28-year-old right-hander Rick Porcello, who came to the big leagues at a very young age and has scuffled this year to the tune of a 3-8 record and an ERA of 4.46. This after winning the Cy Young a season ago. Benny leads the league in losses. He leads the league in hits allowed as well. 104 and 80 2/3 innings.
Yes, he does, but he does not walk anybody. 1.79 walks per 9. It's the 3rd best in the American League. Relies heavily on that sinker. He will mix in a change curve and a slider as well. And what Rick Farrell said about him, he said basically there's been a constant and persistent focus on trying to regain the release and the action to his sinker. That's priority number 1 and has been for him. So he needs to get that, John Farrell. He needs to get that sinker down.
Yeah, the thing about John Farrell is that he's a former pitcher.
Right.
So he has a pretty good understanding along with his pitching coach, Carl Willis. Let's take a look at the Nissan keys to tonight's ball game.
Jared Eickhoff, we know the struggles he's had recently. Keeps falling off. So Eickhoff full steam straight ahead. Needs to finish with his momentum going towards home plate. And then, how are you doing? Howie Kendrick has been outstanding. Such a professional hitter, middle of this lineup. I look for him to continue that tonight. Really keep this offense afloat.
And kind of interesting to see him batting cleanup for the Phils. There's Daniel Nava, who's batting 2nd tonight for the Phillies. He began his major league career with the Boston Red Sox. He was undrafted out of college and went to independent baseball and essentially played his way into being a major leaguer and made his major league debut on this date at the age of 27. Then here's Odubel Herrera. He's had a good month of June, hitting .459. He just finished up the series against the Cardinals with 5 hits in 13 at-bats. And the first pitch of the night from Porcello is in there for a strike. We're underway. Overall, Odubel hitting .257 with those 5 home runs. Third baseman Josh Rutledge is even with the bag. An off-speed pitch, 1 ball and 1 strike. Odubel's had a very good road trip. He's 12 for 29 on this road trip. And he's hit in 10 consecutive games. And he continues to be magical with the extra base hits. I think it's remarkable to see the number of extra base hits he's been able to amass. 23 overall, 23 doubles overall, 5 home runs. One ball, 2 strikes. And just a bit outside, 2-2. Opposite way, look out, Juan Samuel.
Man,
Ball was smoked. And Odubel just smiling at Juan Samuel, and Sammy making a gesture back to him.
he still got it.
Watch those chicklets. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Honestly, do you think if it hits that man, it's really going to hurt?
I think that would have hurt.
Man's made of iron.
I think that would have hurt.
That man is made of iron.
He may not have shown that it hurt, but it would have hurt. Another foul ball into the sweet level, and then it drops right back down. Dropped right into their lap, which they were content with. The ball that, when it originally went into the sweet level, went off the hands of somebody, and it was smoked off their hands. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to Herrera. Phillies come in with a batting average of .242, which is 12th best in the National League. Opposite way, base hit for Odubel Herrera. So Herrera's aboard, a leadoff single here in the first. And Daniel Nava's coming up. It's time now for our timeless moment, brought to you by Coors Banquet. And we flash back to his major league debut a Saturday afternoon against Joe Blanton, and a grand slam for Daniel Nava. He became the 10th Red Sox player to homer for his first base hit, and the 4th major leaguer to hit a grand slam. This is a guy that was purchased for $1 by the Boston Red Sox out of his independent team, and now has been able to stick around for several years. It's funny, Daniel recounted the story today about his parents. They were in Indianapolis the night before because that's where he was. And they were getting a chance to watch him play. They thought for the weekend. He said to them before the game, he goes, "Hey, there's a chance that I'm going to get brought up to Boston." So they scrambled to try to get here to Fenway Park, and they did, but they left their luggage in Indianapolis. They just left it on the carousel. They got a chance to come and see their son play, and old number 60 hit a grand slam in his first major league at bat. 1 ball and no strikes, and a toss over to first. Murphy said that today he didn't even realize this was the anniversary of his first major league hit.
I asked him if he knew. He said, "You know what? No, I don't have it alert on my phone." But he said certainly a lot of people have told him today that it was the anniversary of the day that he was not only called up but hit that grand slam against Joe Blanton. He obviously has great memories coming back here to Boston. After all, he won a World Series with the Red Sox, and this is the team that he made his major league debut. I said, "What do you remember most about that first at bat?" And he said, "Well, the first things first." He said, "You know, bases are loaded, and I'm just trying to make contact." He said, "I was just hoping for a sac fly." And it was the very first pitch he saw. The first pitch he saw as a major leaguer. He turned on it and he hit it. He said he remembers Jason Worth going back for it and then just stopping. And he said to himself, I thought I got more of it than that. He thought that Worth caught it. And that's where he caught the ball. No, not the case. It carries up over the wall. He said then at that point, the only thing he was concerned about was touching every bag and not tripping before he got to home plate. He said it was surreal. He said, but what people don't remember is his next at bat, he came up with the bases loaded as well. And Blanton struck him out. So he said, but we don't have to talk about that. Let's just talk about the grand slam. So certainly great memories for Daniel Nava coming back here to Fenway.
Yeah, and at that point, the Red Sox had the lead. They were trailing 2-1 when he hit the grand slam. He had done the pregame interview with the longtime radio voice of the Red Sox, Joe Castiglione, who's still doing games. And Joe gave him a piece of advice. He said, listen, you only get one opportunity at this. He said, swing at the first pitch. You're probably going to get a fastball. And Nava sends that one to left field. Benintendi going back, and it's off the top of the green monster. Odubel read it well. He's at third base, and the throw goes towards second, but nobody's there. It'll be a double for Nava. And the Phillies have runners on second and third with nobody out.
It's an excellent read by Odubel Herrera off the top of that wall. He knew it was going to not come down field surface, so he said, you know what, I'm going to go to third base. It's a shame that fence is so, or that wall is so short, because he would have scored easily. Well, it's hit well by Daniel Nava.
It's another one of those pitches that just didn't get down in the zone for Porcello. You hear the bang off the green monster. Good backup by Jackie Bradley. Not a great throw.
No. Every year I come here, it feels like that wall gets shorter and shorter. It really does.
Feels like it's closing in on you.
It does.
Here's Aaron Altherr with 2 in scoring position. 0-1 the count. Altair 3 for 9 in the series against the Cardinals. And he fouls it away. 0-2. Overall, Altair hitting .289, 9 homers and 32 runs batted in. Excellent numbers with runners in scoring position. And he was one of 4 players out here today taking early batting practice. There were 3, and then Andres Blanco came out a little later. No balls and 2 strikes to Altair. And already this will be the 15th pitch for Porcello in the first inning.
So good about what Odubel did. Icing on the cake, he got a hit, but he saw 8 pitches.
The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Bill D'Ambrosio of Stratford, New Jersey. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Bill will win $100. Introducing the new signature crafted recipes at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Good luck, Bill.
And Altair strikes out. So 1 out. And Howie Kendrick is coming up. This is a good pitch.
It's a slider down and away. Throws it hard. Late breaker. I don't think Aaron picked up any spin on that.
Kendrick hitting .342. See some of the hitters we have where they were selected in the Major League Baseball draft, because it is underway. A ground ball right side. Moreland has it. He's coming home deliberately, and Odubel Herrera is out at home plate. I am shocked that he is out at home plate.
That's because he shouldn't be out at home plate.
The ball was hit back of first base, and Moreland had to come across his body to make that throw.
I was thinking it was going to be a hit
I did too.
because it's hitting the hole.
Terrible secondary lead.
Little 0 secondary lead, and that slight hesitation there. As soon as you see that ball on the ground, you're gone, especially the right side. He's actually retreating towards third base before starting to go home.
Well, an excellent play by Mitch Moreland. 3-2 on the putout. Turned out to be a rather easy play for Sandy Leon. His secondary lead, I mean, he was about 3 feet off the bag and remained 3 feet off the bag. Got to be better than that. Particularly when you've lost 5 straight. Everything is accentuated. Tommy Joseph now the batter. And he takes up and in 1-0. Tommy has hit in 7 consecutive games. 10 for 29 on this road trip.
Tommy's parents made it here to Fenway.
Oh, that's cool.
Said he couldn't pass it up. He said it always wanted to get here.
Bouncing ball foul off the third baseline. And it's 2-1.
They also said they really enjoyed that story when that young autograph seeker came running up to my truck and said, Tommy, can you sign this? I said, I'm sorry, I'm not Tommy.
I knew that they were going to enjoy that. I figured they were listening. I knew they'd enjoy that.
Never seen a more dejected face in my life.
They'll get a chance to see their son play here, and then they'll see Get a chance to see him play in Phoenix when the Phillies go to take on the Diamondbacks. 2 balls, 1 strike to Joseph. Runner goes from first. Pitches over the head of Tommy Joseph. And a stolen base for Howie Kendrick.
How did that not hit him? Glad it didn't. This just goes right over the head. Whoop. I mean, literally. Smart of Leon not to throw that baseball.
Now 21 pitches for Porcello. Three balls and 2 strikes now to Joseph. Back toward the middle, base hit into center field. That'll score 2 runs, and Tommy Joseph will pick up a 2-run single, and the Phillies take a 2-0 lead.
That's how you pick up your teammates right there. And I like the 1-pitch adjustment right there made by Tommy. The pitch before it, the 3-1 pitch, little cutter at 86. This one, another cutter at 87. He pulled off the 3-1. He did not pull off the 3-2. Well done, Tommy. Keep that shoulder in there, shorten it up, take it right back through the box. Ball's probably off the plate. Amazing what we can do, and we don't try and do too much.
Yeah, that gives him 32 runs batted in now. And with Blanco up and a runner at first base, the Phils have a 2-0 lead. And Blanco sends this one to fairly deep left field. That one is going to hit the top of the monster. And it eludes Benintendi. That means that Joseph's around third, heading for home, and he will score. It'll be an RBI double, and it's 3-0. Phillies on top.
2-out lightning. How many times do I say, Tom, that batting practice does not equate to what you're going to do in a ball game? There's been lots of great 5 o'clock hitters, but Andres Blanco's BP today was spectacular. It was awesome. It was line drive after line drive to all parts of the outfield.
Well, that double for Andres is his 2nd of the season.
It's another sinker that's elevated. And if you try and pull that pitch, it's a 4-3 all day long. You go with it. Best thing that happened was that ball clanked off Benintendi's glove.
Well, John Farrell's team now down 3-0.
That is amazing, though, what you said, and I had it written down on my score sheet here. 104 hits. It's June 12th.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that he'd be leading the league in hits. As Franco bloops one into right field, a base hit, another run will score. Blanco will cross the plate. RBI single for Maikel Franco. And it's a 4-run first inning for the Phillies.
Porcello might want to hang this cutter up for the rest of this game.
He threw a really good one, Aaron Altair, and he also threw one to Tommy Joseph. But beyond that, it has not been down where it needs to be.
I'm really thinking that the Phillies aren't going to get anything after that base running blunder by Odubel, but it's nice to see his teammates pick him up. These guys are taking good approaches right now, using the whole field. So Herrera, base hit the other way. Nava, base hit the other way. Kendrick, hard ball hit to the right side. Joseph, hard hit up the middle. Blanco, opposite field. Franco, opposite field. You know that gets me fired up, T-Mac.
I'll tell you, it's a nice way to start the ball game. Particularly when you've lost 5 straight. The Phillies have lost 5 straight for the 4th time this season. And now their former 2nd-round pick, Andrew Knapp, will be the hitter. And he takes inside 1-1. Murph talked about Cameron Rupp taking a couple days off here and there, and this is the scenario with Knapp playing yesterday. and playing again today. In fact, Knapp yesterday picked up 2 hits. Ball is whacked foul. One ball and 2 strikes to Andrew Knapp. It's like a shooting gallery off the left field line.
Heads up.
Inside, 2-2. Awfully close pitch. Swing and a miss. Slowed it up, and Knapp strikes out. Second strikeout for Porcello. But the Phillies score 4 runs in the inning. It was a monster of an inning for them. And Eickhoff has a lead as he goes to work in the bottom of the first. Let's take a look at his lineup that will face Jerad Eickhoff tonight. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Mookie Betts leads it off in right, then Dustin Pedroia and Xander Bogaerts. Mitch Moreland hits cleanup. Benintendi will bat 5th and play left field. Ramirez, Bradley, Rutledge, and Leon. That will be the starting 9 for the Red Sox against Jerad Eickhoff. 0-7 with an earned run average of 5.15. Jerad has not won a game since September 21st of last year.
His first 4 starts this season, 2.55 ERA. His last 8, a 6.75 ERA. Opposition hitting .327 over those last 8 starts. Fastball not overpowering, but the very good curveball, change in the slider. I really would like to see him mix that changeup in a lot more, but I know he likes to use that slider.
Well, the first batter that he'll face is Mookie Betts, hitting .265 with 9 home runs and 33 runs batted in. And the first pitch to him is upstairs, 1-0. Betts was 2 for 4 in yesterday's ball game. And 4 for 10 overall in the series against the Tigers. Line drive out toward left field. Nava's going to play it off the top of the monster. And Betts will speed to second base, and he'll get there sliding. That's his 20th double of the year. They've been tied for 3rd in the American League in 2 base hits. And a leadoff double here in the bottom of the first.
I played some games here where you wouldn't see any balls hit off the wall. And already in this first inning, we've seen 5. You're not waiting around. First pitch ball goes after this one. Elevated fastball. This team can hit some fastballs.
Well, now Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia 4 for 11 against the Tigers. Pedroia is a lifetime .338 hitter in interleague games. And is second only to Mike Piazza for hitters that have at least 500 plate appearances. Up and in, I should say. 1 ball, no strikes. Strikeout rate, Pedroia, a strikeout every 11.7 ABs, or I should say plate appearances. Mookie Betts is second. These guys just don't go down on strikes. I thought Cano would be higher than that as far as the strikeout total goes. I guess he just makes contact so often.
My favorite left-handed swing in the game. Cano.
Fastball in there, 2-1. Today's ball game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. Just off the outside part of the plate. Bouncer over to third, a foul ball past Blanco. And it's 3-2.
Infielders must be on their toes in this infield. Has always been a fast one. Balls just get through in a hurry.
Pedroia, a lifetime .301 hitter for his major league career, on the cusp of 1,800 hits. Popped him up. Not a lot of room. Tommy Joseph and Howie Kendrick. Here comes Aaron Altair, and Altair makes the call and the catch. And what a way. It was nice that it hung up there long enough for Aaron, who moves so well, to get there and make the grab. The Phillies really do have an outstanding center field and right field combination here tonight. Now, Daniel Nava has worked himself into being a better outfielder, and he knows this monster better than any other Philly. You think about Odubel in center and Altair in this big ballpark in center and right. Both of those guys have the ability to go get it. In fact, Odubel was looking forward to playing out there in center field. He had a big smile on his face today when he was thinking about having to run down some baseballs into that 420 mark in center field. Here's Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts 5 for 14 in the series against the Tigers. And although that's a strike, Andrew Knapp may have been crossed up on it.
Yes, he was. Getting back to the outfielders, we know that Aaron Altair can go get him with anybody. What's the one thing about his outfield play that's impressed you that you didn't think he had in his arsenal?
I think I thought he was an excellent outfielder. He gets better jumps though than most guys his age.
I'm really been impressed with his arm this year. He's cut loose a few throws that have been outstanding. I didn't know he had that, but he's cut it loose a few times, and he's accurate as well.
Bogaerts fouls it back 0-2. Bogaerts with 21 multi-hit games. He is 6th in the league in hitting at .325. And he is down on strikes. That was an excellent pitch from Jared Eickhoff. Got him way out in front of the breaking ball. 2 outs. Our PitchCast presented by our local GMC dealers.
Goes right to that big curveball. He threw that one hard. Bogaerts way out in front.
Mitch Moreland's hitting a .279. He's hit in 6 consecutive games and hitting well over .330 in his last 22 ball games. And a breaking ball on the outside corner. 0-1.
Be great for Jared Eickhoff personally, psychologically, if he could strand Betts out there. Lead off double. Your team just gave you a 4 spot. Leave him stranded out there. A heck of a shutdown inning right now.
Out in front of another curveball. Well, that might have been a changeup. What do you think?
I think it was a changeup. They have it down on this here on the board as a slider, but
I don't think it was a slider. Well, I shouldn't say it. I don't think he doesn't usually backdoor a slider.
the problem with our vantage point here is I tend to watch the game more live because we're just right over top of the batter's box, so I don't watch a whole lot on the monitor. I like to see the break, but sometimes like a pitch like that, I was watching it live, I didn't get to see the break.
Time is called. Back toward the middle. Freddie Galvis charges, throws off balance in time. And he does strand the runner at second base. No runs, one hit, one man left. We'll go to the second. Phillies lead it 4-0. games on Wednesday and Thursday. Both are at 7:05. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Well, Porcello will go back to work here in the second. 31 pitches in the first inning. And a lot of those pitches clanked right off the green monster. And Freddie Galvis, who's hitting .241, starts it off and takes a strike. Boy, Freddie has played such good defense on this road trip. And they all haven't been easy plays.
No.
0-2 to Galvis. Remains 0-2. I thought this would be a place where they would put more netting down by the dugouts.
Higher netting.
Yeah, because everything's so close. They have widened the dugout since the last time we were here, much to the delight of all the players.
It's still a long walk back to the dugout after striking out.
Yeah, it is.
From what people have told me.
Right, because you never struck out.
Never happened to me.
You were peppering that monster all the time. Outside, 1-2. The dirt, 2-2. Porcello in his last 3 starts 0-3 with an ERA of 4.82. I mentioned that last year his team was scoring, and they scored a lot of runs. They were scoring about 7 runs per game in his starts. And this year he's had 7 games where they haven't scored at all when he's out on the mound. Mookie Betts in right field is under it. And 1 out as Galvis is retired. Well, tonight is the first round of the Major League Baseball Amateur Draft, and update us on the first 5 picks. Here's Greg Murphy.
Yeah, Tom, it is going quickly. It started at 7 o'clock and already 5 picks into the Major League Baseball draft. Royce Lewis is the top pick by the Minnesota Twins. He is a high school shortstop. He's said to have just basically best all-around tools in the draft. That's how he's projected. The Reds with the number 2 pick had a right-handed pitcher also from high school named Hunter Green. Padres stayed in high school with a left-handed pitcher. Mackenzie Gore was their pick, left-handed pitcher out of North Carolina. Then the first college player went to the Rays, Brendan McKay, a first baseman out of Louisville, and then another right-handed pitcher from Vanderbilt University, Kyle Wright, went to the Braves at number 5. So they are your top 5 picks right now. Of course, the Phillies selecting at number 8. We'll update you on that when it happens.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about the Hunter Green kid because he's a two-way player. Some people think he's definitively a pitcher. Others say he's athletic enough that he could develop as a position player. Is a little light in the offense, but throws 100 miles an hour. I would think he's going to pitch.
The scouts I talked to, a few scouts that I played with the Mariners. They're now scouts for the Cardinals. We just left, and we were in town there, and they said they definitely see him as a pitcher and not as a shortstop / hitter.
And by the way, the kid Royce Lewis, who's a California kid that the Twins took, he was going to Cal Irvine. That's where he had made his verbal commitment. I think they'll have to probably look for somebody else for that position. Odubel tries to fight one off, and it lines out to third. Mickey Moniak tweeted this earlier today. Good luck to all my boys who will hear their name called in this year's draft. Cherish the moment. It's a day you'll never forget. I think you could probably echo the same thing.
Absolutely. Never forget it. We talked about it yesterday. It's a life-changing time of your life.
Well, in a lot of ways, I mean, in particular, the guys that are going today.
Yeah.
Life-changing financially, life-changing just career-wise. As Nava takes down low, 1-0. Nava doubled his first time up. That one softly out toward left field. And that's going to drop for a base hit. And Nava is going to be aboard with his second hit of the day. Oh, the shift on, it made it awfully hard for Bogaerts to get back to make that play because he was angled a little bit towards second base.
Benintendi didn't have a quite good jump on it. You see where Bogaerts is here. Benintendi way deep in left. And that ball's hit. And I don't think Benintendi really had a good jump on it. You see him just kind of flat-footed there.
And Bogaerts started in too.
Yep. You know, we talked about Daniel Nava's first big league hit, his first plate appearance, grand slam. Buddy of mine from Phoenixville High School, Creighton Gubanek, his first big league hit was a grand slam here against the A's.
Wow.
First big league hit. Was not his first plate appearance.
Did he get the ball back?
I never asked him.
Where'd it go?
Over the monster.
Straight away over the monster?
Over the left field.
Let's get him on
He
the
had a
horn.
grand slam off
Let's get him on
Oakland
the
A's
horn right
pitcher
now.
Jimmy Haynes.
Of course he did. Lanky right-hander who used to pitch for the Orioles as well. 1 ball, no strikes to Altair. They're a little out in front of that one. 1-1.
I got to give props to my PA boys.
That's something you'll never forget.
It's incredible. Aaron can't seem to solve that slider. Porcello.
Center field, and Bradley is there. Phillies get a base hit. They leave 1. We have played 1.5. Daniel Nava's return to Fenway has been nice. It's 4-0 Phils. Game right from your desk. Live stream every CSN game on the go with the NBC Sports app at csnphilly.com. Last of the second from this great ballpark, where the Phillies have played a number of times. In fact, the Red Sox are 10-2 against the Phillies here at Fenway since 2004. They've outscored the Phils 92-39. Overall, they're 36-23 against the Phillies in interleague play. And Eichhoff begins the second inning by throwing a strike. Phillies have won 8 games here at Fenway Park, but they have lost 17 to the Red Sox. Center field, Odubel Herrera going back on it, and it is gone. Benintendi with his 9th home run of the year and his 4th home run in his last 6 starts. And the Red Sox are on the board. It's a 4-1 ball game.
everyone has Aaron Judge as the overall consensus for Rookie of the Year, and rightfully so, probably even MVP, but Adam Benintendi, I would not count him out of this race. Not big in stature, but he can flat out swing it. He's got some juice.
Yeah, that RBI was his 35th, which is second to Judge.
A backdoor slider. You can see that little red dot on that baseball.
He went down and got it too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a long ways. So a 4-1 ball game. Here's Hanley Ramirez, hitting just .250 this year. '21 career home runs against the Phillies. He used to kill them when he was with the Marlins.
You say that about a lot of teams.
I still think he is underachieved as a player during his career, though. He has so much talent.
Mm-hmm.
Still with 1,707 hits, a lifetime .294 hitter. He led the league in hitting in 2009 with the Marlins when he hit .342. 1 ball, 2 strikes. But he's also had some strange years. You know, he hit .345 in 2013. But he's at .249. He's at .250 this year, .257 in 12, .243 in 2011. That one's hit sharply right at Howie Kendrick, who was shaded toward the middle. One out here in the second, and here's Jackie Bradley Jr. Red Sox took Jackie Bradley Jr. out of South Carolina in the supplemental round of the 2011 draft. This kid was one heck of a college player. Inside, 2-0.
Really reminds me a lot. And I was talking to John McLaren about him today when he was taking BP. Reminds me a lot of Jock Jones, formerly of the Minnesota Twins, now hitting coach for the Washington Nationals.
He's had a pretty good run, though, over his last 25 games, hitting around .300 with 6 home runs and a breaking ball, 3-1. Change up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Plus he's throwing his slider differently. Curveball outside, ball 4. First walk issued by Eichhoff. Josh Rutledge will be the batter.
They want him to throw that curveball more. His fastball uses half the time. The curveball 30% of the time. So that's obviously using it more. I don't know if that's the situation. Up 4-1. I know it's the second inning. There's a lot of baseball left, but they challenge him right there.
Playing third base. Pablo Sandoval is hitting just .205 for the Red Sox. He has spent some time on the DL this year, and they say he's just not playing well defensively over at third base. Plus the fact he's hitting .205. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
He was out at third base early, taking a lot of ground balls, and did not look very excited to be out there, to say the least.
It's turned out to be a pretty poor signing by the Red Sox, signed through the 2019 season. Toss over to first. Good breaking ball and a strike 3 called. Second strikeout for Eickhoff.
Thing is nasty.
And Rutledge was frozen.
Another 0-2 breaking ball. You got Bogaerts in the first inning. Comes back with again here to Rutledge. Gets him looking.
And here is Sandy Leon. Hitting .222 with 4 homers and 16 runs batted in. 2 for 7 in the series against the Tigers. We'll see him and Vasquez this week for the Red Sox catching. Vasquez is more the offensive guy. He's hitting .326 against right-handers. As Leon fouls this one back toward the press box. Change up on the outside corner, 0-2. That was his best changeup of the night. Got him. Threw him another curveball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jerad Eickhoff. 1 run on the home run by Benintendi. And we will go to the third. And it's 4-1. Phillies on top. They scored 4 runs in the inning. Odubel got it rolling with an opposite field single, then Nava an opposite field double.
And then Aaron Altherr strikes out. Tommy Joseph, big 2-out knock up the middle to plate the first 2. Andres Blanco with another double off that green monster. That scores Tommy Joseph all the way from first base. Get that man some oxygen. Maikel Franco, first pitch swinging to score Andres Blanco from second base for a 4 spot for the Fighting Phils. That is your Toyota turning point.
So the Phillies lead it 4-1. There is Tommy Joseph with his 2-run single. And Howie Kendrick will lead things off. Then it will be Tommy. Here in the 3rd inning. Howie headed to a fielder's choice his first time up. wound up stealing second, and that enabled him to score on the base hit by Tommy Joseph. First pitch to him in this at bat from Porcello. And it's in there, 0-1. Oh, and 2. Fights it off foul down the right field line.
Another reason why Porcello has struggled this season. There's a man buried 0-2 and he throws that pitch. That was a good pitch for Howie Kendrick to hit. The reason he didn't hit it because 0-2, you're on the defensive. Not expecting the pitch to be up in the middle of the plate 0-2.
Porcello got to the big leagues at an early age with the Detroit Tigers. In fact, he's 28 years old, but he's already won 110 games. 110 wins, 90 losses. He grew up in North Jersey, went to Seton Hall Prep. That one's out toward the alley in left center field, and Jackie Bradley will field it on one hop. And Howie Kendrick is aboard. They lead off single here in the third. Let's go down to Greg Murphy. He has the Phillies' first-round pick. Murph?
That is, they have made their selection at number 8. A young man named Adam Haseley out of the University of Virginia. Actually, back-to-back Virginia players selected 7 and 8. Haseley goes to the Phillies as an outfielder. You look at the scouting report on him. They say excellent overall athlete, good speed, real good arm. He actually pitched in college as well, but he projects as an outfielder in the big leagues and a pure hitter, they say. Not a guy that's going to hit a ton for power, maybe 10, 15 home run kind of guy, but high average, high on base kind of guy as well. And obviously a college player, so maybe a little bit quicker path to get to the big leagues, which is maybe something the Phillies thought about as well. But he is their first-round selection, an outfielder, most likely a corner outfielder by the time he gets to the big leagues. But that is the selection here tonight, guys.
Well, the Phillies had hoped they would get one of the 2 players from Virginia, and it sounds like they got the guy they wanted, which is outstanding. He was 7-1 on the mound. I know Murph said he projects to be an outfielder. 7-1 on the mound. His whip last year was under 1 on the college level. This year it was a little over 1. He had a 3.58 earned run average. But he can hit. There's no doubt about it. All-America selection the last 2 years for Virginia. Sarge was at the draft. He and Del Unser were the Philly representatives. I understand he was wearing a fantastic hat, which is the norm for Sarge. Well, this is the kind of day that everybody who was drafted remembers. You talked about it. Mickey Moniak tweeted about it. My son Tommy, who was selected by the Phillies, has talked about it this entire weekend. And Murph, the Phils have other guys like Tommy Joseph who remember this day and how special it was.
Yeah, you know, I cornered Tommy. Well, we're going to watch out for that.
Oh, Murph, you would have had that.
I would have. It didn't get through, though. Yeah, I cornered Tommy in the dugout today to talk a little bit about his draft day. I said, what do you remember? And, you know, it was back in 2009. He was a second-round pick. He went 55th overall in the draft. And, of course, the San Francisco Giants selected him. Sean Dunston actually made the announcement on television, and that is how he found out that he was going to be a San Francisco Giant. He said earlier in the day they had called him and said, look, if you're around in the second round when we are picking, we are probably going to pick you. And I said, well, what'd you say to that? He said, well, I said, that'd be okay. You know, so, and then, you know, it's announced on television. He said he was in his living room with his family and friends all surrounding him, all very excited when the Giants stepped to the podium to announce their pick. And Sean Dunston makes the announcement that it is Tommy Joseph. And he said, it's just such a surreal moment. And Ben, you obviously went through this as well, although you were out on your tractor when it happened. But Tommy was glued to the television. And when he said, it's kind of a surreal moment, a moment that, you know, just kind of stands alone in time, something that you'll never forget. And a couple minutes later, the phone rings and he gets the official word that he is a San Francisco Giant. And he said, you know, you stop and you think about how hard it was, all the work you did to get drafted, and you think to yourself, wow, all that work I put in, I finally made it. I got drafted. He said, then you realize you haven't done anything yet because all the work that it takes to get to the big leagues is totally trumps whatever it is you did to get drafted. And, you know, but Tommy obviously remembers that moment with his family and friends very fondly.
That's great. I'm sure Tommy would have been on a tractor, too, if given the opportunity.
Yeah, not a whole lot of grass in Arizona, is there?
No, I don't think so.
I wasn't on the tractor when I got the call, Tom.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were on the
I had
tractor.
to take care of my chores in the morning, then I came in and got the call later.
Blanco rips it foul past the first base bag.
But you're right, though. I mean, you think about the day you get drafted and all the bus rides and all the fast food you ate throughout the minor leagues and all the work and early work you put in, all the horrible places you played and the bad locker rooms, and then you get to the big leagues.
What do you mean, all the horrible places?
Well, it's all part of, you don't know any better when you're going through it, but then you get to the big leagues and you're like, you know what, it was well worth
These
it.
people treated you nicely. They throw behind Howie Kendrick, and he's back diving.
And I remember, you know, I graduate from Malvern and I go to Idaho Falls.
Nice people there.
And the Pioneer League. I mean, there were some 14, 15-hour bus rides, literally. And I don't fit too well on a bus. But it was all part of it. I remember some of those bus rides, just looking around at the mountains there in the great Northwest, thinking, what did I get myself into?
Runner goes from first, pitches slapped foul behind home plate. And it's 1-2. Well, the other player that the Phillies had on their radar from Virginia, Pavin Smith, was selected with the next pick by the Arizona Diamondbacks, or previous pick by the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's a pretty good program when you have two guys in the first round going back to back in the first 10 picks.
You know, Hasley's from Florida, but University of Virginia, they get a lot of guys from the Northeast. They really do. But I like the pick.
Yeah,
I definitely like the
you got
pick.
an athletic kid that has power. Swing and a miss. Blanco strikes out. Third strikeout for Porcello. And now with 2 outs, Maikel Franco will be the batter.
Hard high fastball here. Tough one to get on top of. He knows he went after a bad one.
Let's look at some of Haseley's other numbers. Led the ACC in runs, second in the ACC in hitting, fourth in hits.
And that's the thing. If you do it in the ACC, you do it in the SEC, you're doing something. So those conferences are outstanding.
Our buddy Kevin Wilson, you know Kevin. I know Kevin very well. Kevin was his coach for Team USA and still works with him from a hitting standpoint. 1 ball, 1 strike to Maikel Franco, who singled his first time up as Kendrick goes. Ball is bounced foul, and it's 1-2.
Now he's had 2 excellent jumps this inning. One when Andres was up, now this one with Maikel. Excellent jumps. I don't think Leon would have had a chance at him. But he has got to retreat to first.
Opposite way, under the glove of Moreland, and actually went off the glove of Moreland. Howie Kendrick is on his way to third base, and he'll be there standing. That ball was hit hard by Maikel Franco, and that is great to see.
Hit hard the other way. If Mitch Moreland can't catch it, the very sure-handed first baseman, you know it was struck hard. Bouncing off there, just comes up on it a hair. Ball stayed down on him.
E3 is the way it's been scored. Ball's hit sharply at second base. Pedroia bobbles it for a moment and throws out Knapp. No runs, one hit. There was one Red Sox error. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Baseball is brought to you by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. And by WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for fast, free delivery. Nobody does it better. Lots of Phillies fans have made their way to Boston. Why not? It's a great city, great ballpark. And you get a chance to see a little interleague baseball. A lot of the Phillies fans were down going through some of the tours that were happening here at Fenway. Breaking ball 0-2 to Mookie Betts, who doubled his first time up and was left out at second base. One is back just under us. Off the left field line, Blanco on the run, and so is Nava. That's a fair ball and a ground rule double. So 2 doubles tonight for Mookie Betts.
Ball's in the air for a long time, but it's just in no man's land. Nothing anybody can do to get there.
scoring position now for Pedroia. Pedroia flied out to right field his first time up. There goes the runner to third. Knapp's throw to third, not in time. And Betts, who was trying to time Eickhoff his last time at second base, timed him perfectly there. I thought he figured something out the last time, Ben, and I thought he was going to go, and he decided not to.
Not a huge lead, but the secondary, he knew the timing of Jerad Eickhoff. Probably got into a pattern. He was holding it 1 second, 2 seconds, then he was going off to home plate.
So runner at third now with nobody out. Phillies will play the infield back up the middle. Oh, 0-2 to Pedroia. Out in front, taps it foul. Four straight 0-2 counts for Jerad Eickhoff. And he put away Rutledge and Leone, but then the ground rule double for Mookie Betts. Over to shortstop. Galvis backhands and throws out Pedroia, but a run scores, and it's now a 4-2 ball game. RBI for Pedroia, his 24th. And Xander Bogaerts is coming up.
Talked about his last at bat, how hard he is to strike out, Dustin Pedroia. Gets down 0-2, doesn't matter. Find a way to put a ball in play and get an RBI out of it.
Bogaerts struck out his first time up. Red Sox got a single run in the second on the home run by Andrew Benintendi. And now a single run here in the third on the ground out to second base by Pedroia. One ball, one strike to Bogaerts. Phillies have scored 4 runs or more than 15 times in his 53 career starts. They're 12-3 in those games. Eickhoff is 11-1. He certainly needs this kind of lead, although he's allowed single runs in the last couple of innings, and he's thrown 45 pitches now. Said today he's not concerned about the bullpen, though. He feels like he's got enough if Eickhoff does not go deep.
Love to see him at least get in that 6th inning, though.
Yeah. Another tapper foul. I have to tell you, if I'm the bat boy who is just wandering around behind home plate, going from side to side, getting baseballs, I don't know if I would stand or squat there.
With a righty up, it'd be okay, but not with a lefty.
Out in front of an off-speed pitch. A breaking ball from Eichhoff. And that's his 4th strikeout. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Ben, here's the question. Who holds the Red Sox record for most hits in one season by a right-handed batter? Most hits in one season by a right-handed batter. Now they've had more than 10 seasons.
Yes,
so
they have.
So you have to go back a little bit in the history books. Moreland lines it into center field. He's aboard. 2-out single.
Most hits by a right.
Yeah, by a right-handed hitter. Sounds like you're letting people know that you know who the left-handed batter is.
Really?
Well, off the glove of Knapp. That'll be a pass ball that allows Moreland to go to second base.
It's a fastball he yanks. Definitely should have been handled by Andrew.
Well, I will correct myself, Ben. It has been scored a wild pitch. Numbers for a rookie with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Outside and high, 3-1. Moreland at second base. At a 4-2 lead for the Phils. They scored all 4 runs in the first inning. And a line drive base hit into center field. Odubel gets to it quickly. Moreland's being waved home. The throw to the plate is not in time and off the glove of Andrew Knapp. An RBI single for Andrew Benintendi. And it's a 4-3 ball game.
Good throw by Odubel. Unfortunately hits the mound. This happened to Odubel earlier in the season. Ball came out of his hand nicely. It just hits that mound and just dies on its way to Andrew Knapp and home plate. What Odubel does so well is he attacks the baseball hard, but he comes through it, follows through, and just hits right on the behind the mound there, kicks up, and stops the momentum of the baseball towards home plate. Man.
Everything was good for Odubel. It was just unlucky that it hit the back and side of the mound. So an RBI single to second on the throw. And now Hanley Ramirez in a 1-run game. He grounded out his last time up. Over to third base, backing up on it is Blanco. Long throw in time.
Nice play.
Yeah, 5-3 on the putout. The Red Sox, though, get 2 more back. Benintendi is now 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. We'll move to the 4th in a 1-run game. The Jet Intelligent Toner cartridges print up to 1/3 more pages. Get yours from who? But WB Mason today. And experience the difference. Nobody beats WB on HP. WB guy was outside the sign right there, taking orders, and then just disappeared.
Think he's got that giant slingshot behind that scoreboard?
He might. Freddie Galvis will lead it off here in the top of the 4th inning. Freddie takes low.
Second time Freddie has led off an inning.
Yeah, last time he flied out to right field. Porcello's thrown 67 pitches through 3 innings. Meanwhile, Eichhoff has thrown 56 pitches through 3 innings. Fly ball right center field. Bradley going back onto the track, and he makes the catch. Ball carried pretty well.
Exactly why it's such a tough time to be a left-handed hitter here at Fenway.
1 out. Odubel Herrera's coming up. Decide which players you think are All-Star Game worthy by casting your vote through the Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot on your computer, tablet, or phone. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote at Phillies.com. And be sure to catch all the excitement from Miami during the 88th MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard, July 11th, live on Fox. So now 1 out, and Odubel Herrera, who is 1 for 2. Single to start the ball game for the Phils, and then lined out to third. Odubel's single extended his hitting streak to 11 games. And take it all the way, it seemed. 0-1. Off the end of the bat, slowly to third. Rutledge has it, throws across his body in time to get Herrera.
Heck of a play.
Sure is, because you've got to really make that play quickly if you're going to get Odubel Herrera, because he runs quickly.
Plus you have the pitcher getting over there, Porcello. Rutledge probably saying, get out of my way. Crossed right through his line of vision there. Excellent play.
Well, here's Daniel Nava, who's 2 for 2, a double and a single. front of an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-2 to Daniel Nava.
Change up there from Porcello.
Another one opposite way for Daniel Nava, and it is a fair ball off the green monster. And Attendee's throw to second base is not in time initially, but he went off the bag.
How many times have we seen that this year? I mean, if I'm a middle infielder, I'm keeping that tag on a base runner until the umpire calls timeout, because this is happening over and over. See, Nava tries a swim move. Was good there for a minute, but yes.
I think his foot's still on the bag, though, Ben. I think his foot is still anchoring on top of the bag. His hand definitely came off, but it looked like his spike was still on the bag. Jim Reynolds is the crew chief. He's going over to Pete Mackanin because Pete may be out of his 30 seconds. So he's on there, and now he's off. Boy, it's tough to tell whether the foot is off the bag or not.
Is it enough to overturn it?
Yeah, I don't know if it is. It looked like his foot was still on the bag, bouncing on that dirt, but it may have come off by a hair. I don't know if there is enough to overturn it.
The Phillies players started to head back towards the dugout.
Yeah. Well, Benintendi did not play the earlier baseball well off the monster, but that one he played very well. And they keep reviewing it and replaying it here at Fenway. And that's the reaction you just heard in the background, is the first reaction that you've heard. Let's take a look at let's take a look again.
This is the one right here. You can see, just watch the line of the bag.
Yeah, you're right.
Watch the line of the bag. Not off, connected on both, and he just continues to slide along it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough to say he's off the bag there or not. He's bouncing, but there's also that medallion that has the Red Sox and Phillies logo on it. I think this is a tough one. Jim Reynolds is the crew chief, and he and Lance Barrett, or excuse me, he and Brian Knight are looking at it. Knight is the third base umpire. He's to your right. So he's called out. Is there enough to overturn it? Juan Samuel is making somebody laugh out at second base. Now, this is one of the longer reviews that we've had. There is a time limit within reason. And here is the decision. He is out at second base. I just don't know if there was enough to overturn it, like you said, Ben.
I think conversely, if it would have been called the other way, safe, and the Red Sox challenged it, I think he would have stayed safe.
Yeah, 7-5 on the putout, no runs, one hit, and nobody left. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. ChooseNissan.com. And by Jefferson Health, call 800-JEF-NOW or visit jeffersonhealth.org. We go to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Daniel Nava thrown out, trying to stretch a single into a double. As he slid off the bag, according to the second base umpire, crew chief, and replay. Major League Baseball has said that the call stands, so there was not conclusive enough evidence to overturn the original decision. Jackie Bradley leads it off here in the bottom of the fourth inning. 4-3 Phillies on top. And he pulls that one on one hop past Howie Kendrick and into right field. So the leadoff batter is aboard.
I don't know what else Howie could have done on this. I mean, the ball is blistered to second base. Tries to play it off that backhand. Really can't get in front and just hoping for that long bounce. Just avoids his glove, stays underneath it.
He's second base. And Howie with his first error of the year in his second game at second base.
That's not an error. Sorry.
No balls, one strike to Rutledge. Just inside and low, one ball, one strike.
But I like his willingness to go in there and execute the pitch. Was it a strike? No, but I think you continue to throw it in there, you're going to get that. Home plate umpire Lance Barrett.
Runner goes, pitch is tapped foul, and it's 1-2. Stays alive again, fouls another one back.
I'd like to see him get that one down a bit more. That was a hanger.
Not a huge lead over at first base by Jackie Bradley Jr. Opposite way down the right field line, out of play. And it remains one ball and two strikes. Strike three called on the inside part of the plate. Rutledge down looking for the second consecutive at bat. 5 strikeouts now for Eickhoff. And 1 out here in the 4th.
And the second one looking. Rutledge thinks it's up and in. It's at the top of the zone, right on that line. A pitch cast presented by GMC.
Well, now Leone struck out swinging his first time up. Upstairs 2-0. Eickhoff, the first month of the season, was winless. He was 0-2, but had an ERA of 3.56. Since the 1st of May, though, his earned run average is up over 7. And a record of 0-5 since that time. Trying to pick up his first victory of the season. The last Phillies pitcher to lose his first 7 decisions was Matt Beach in 1997. Now Beach wound up going 4-9 that year. Jerad Eickhoff, the expectations were rather high for him this year, and rightfully so.
Especially after the start he got out to.
Right. Boy, a lot of throws over to first. Bradley is a threat to run, but he has a really short lead over there. Chatting with Ruben Amaro Jr., who's the first base coach.
If he were to get thrown out, Leone would lead off. I'm sure they'd much rather have Mookie Betts leading off. I'm sorry, there's only 1 out.
Outside, 3-1. Goes. Pitch is hit back toward the middle, off the glove of Kendrick into center field. Bradley on his way to third, and Leone's aboard. First and third, 1 man down. A single for Leone. And Mookie Betts will be the hitter with a tying run over at third base. Well, that's 6 hits now for the Red Sox.
Wasn't that bad a pitch. Pitch was outside. Leone just gets out and hooks it. See, his arm is fully extended there. Now we start to see that pitch count of Jerad Eickhoff start to creep up a little bit.
70 pitches with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Mookie Betts has back-to-back doubles. Had a breaking ball in the dirt, 1-0.
1 off the wall, 1 into no man's land. Their leading hitter with runners in scoring position, but a double play here would be tremendous.
And that's another extra base hit for Mookie Betts. The Red Sox will tie this ball game up. Leone's on his way to third, and he'll get there. 3 doubles in tonight's ball game for Mookie Betts.
the problem when you fall behind, guys. 2-0, he knows exactly what he's getting. Same way with Sandy Leon, the last batter. 3-1 count did Leon have. You know you're going to get a heater. It's a matter of you finding it in your spot, getting the bat head out. And that's a good one to hit.
Boy, he rocketed that down the left field line.
Yes, he did.
22 doubles. And now Pedroia is up with the go-ahead run at third. Phillies had a 4-0 lead in this game.
He's got 3 doubles. It's the 4th inning.
Fly ball, shallow center field. Herrera's getting behind it. Leon doesn't run all that well. Herrera's got it. Leon's coming home. The throw to the plate is in time. Fantastic throw by Herrera. And the go-ahead run is gunned down at home plate. And the side is retired. But the Red Sox do tie it up. We'll go to the 5th inning. It's a 4-4 game. Arm double play, and you just saw it.
Fly ball off the bat of Dustin Pedroia. Odubel had a very good throw earlier in the ball game, just hit the mound. This one does not hit the mound. Andrew Knapp able to apply the tag, and Sandy Leon. Well, Jerad Eickhoff needed the double play right there. Very unconventional in the 8-2 double play. But that is your State Farm double play. State Farm helping life go right.
Well, the Phillies are thankful that that play went right, because they obviously would have been trailing 5-4. A little surprised that Brian Butterfield sent Sandy Leon. That assist by Odubel is his 2nd of the year. He really has played very good defense. It's part of the reason why Matt Klentak and Pete Mackanin earlier this year said that he was not going to sit because there's too much of a strength in his defense. That certainly has come true. Aaron Altair is 0 for 2 in tonight's ball game. And he lines that one down the left field line. That'll be in for a base hit. Going to the wall. And Attendee does get to it quickly, but Altair runs so well. He slides in safely at second. Now that's his 15th double of the year.
These left fielders from both teams going to need an ice bath tonight. Very busy down the left field line. Try and get a sinker in here. Aaron clears his hips, pulled that knob of the bat through. Very pretty swing there. He's thinking 2 all the way. Let's get a couple back here. Man, Leone goes through those signs quickly.
He does.
Man.
It's because he's got colorful fingernail polish. And Howie lines one to right center field. That'll be in for a base hit. Read perfectly by Altair. RBI single. The Phils are back on top 5-4.
Key to the game, Tom. Bob Stumpo, the Phillies bullpen catcher, asked me just about every day, what are the keys to the game today? And I told him, and I said, the second one, how are you doing? And he said, what's that mean? I said, Howie Kendrick's been hot as could be. He really needs to carry this Phillies offense right now. And he's done it tonight. Should have had RBI his first at bat, but it's a single. Good jump there by Aaron Altair. And just, I mean, what can you say about Howie Kendrick? So I said that to Bobby, and he's like, he's such a pro. I went in the dugout talking to Larry Bow. I said, man, Howie Kendrick hadn't skipped a beat. He goes, he's such a professional. I mean, they both said the same thing. He sure is.
Joseph fouls this one off to the right and out of play.
And that's one thing that Howie can do is, yes, you have a leadoff double. So at worst, you want to advance the runner to third base. But he does it in a way where he drives that ball to the right field. You know, he's not trying to hit a little dribbler to the right side. No, he's trying to get him over and get him in.
Oh, and 2 to Tommy Joseph. The dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, this is nice to see. The Phils up 4-0, and the Red Sox came back to tie it. Now the Phillies have bounced back and scored 1 here in the 5th inning. The Phillies scored 4 in the first. It was the second time this year they've done that. They did it against the Seattle Mariners, and that was a game in which they wound up giving up. There were 20 runs combined for the 2 teams in that game, and that was also a Jared Eichhoff start. Stake to a 4-0 lead, and he couldn't hold it. Odubel was trying to get to that foul ball or get away from it. I'm not sure which.
No, he's trying to catch it. Freddie said, leave that to me, would you?
Another foul ball to the right side. Ball went off the guy in a checkered shirt, right off his hands. He had a phone in his hand, so that was part of it. And then it ricocheted right to the gentleman in the blue shirt. One ball, 2 strikes to Tommy Joseph. Opposite way, down the right field line. Betts on the run, reaches up and makes a wonderful acrobatic grab. 1 out.
Man alive.
Well, he was really fortunate that he was able to track that one down, because his path wasn't perfect for it.
Mookie in right field, and first step is good. I had Howie Kendrick scoring on this one. He got down in that quirky right field corner, rattled around, I'm sure. Tommy puts a charge into it, but that was an excellent play by Mookie Betts.
Yeah, he took 1 or 2 steps to his left and then started going back. And his speed was able to recover. Andres Blanco is 1 for 2. And Blanco whacks it foul. It's 0-1. Blanco asked for time late, and it was given to him by Lance Barrett. Outside.
Andres with a ball off the wall, his first at bat to score Tommy Joseph. His last at bat, his swing's got a little big. I think he's seen the ball really well off Porcello right now. And I used to do it as a hitter. When you see a pitch real well, sometimes you tend to overswing. Your swing actually ends up getting longer. He did that on the first swing in this at bat. Might need to tone it down a bit.
Fouls it back again, just under the press box. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Blanco. There goes the runner. Pitch is taken inside. Throw to second base is off the glove of Bogaerts, and Kendrick is safe at second base.
What a throw. Now that should go down as an E6. Excellent throw. I mean, talk about being on the right on the money. I don't think Bogaerts was expecting it to come in that hot.
Stolen base, according to the official score.
Not a stolen base. You ask that shortstop right now, Bogaerts, should he have caught the play and made the tag? Yes.
Ball 4. Blanco walks, and that puts runners on first and second. Star Wars night is coming up on Wednesday, June 21st, when the Phillies take on the Cardinals. Come out and see Ben dressed up as Chewbacca. It's the 4th annual Star Wars night benefiting Stand Up to Cancer. Lots of Star Wars activities, including character appearances, player headshots on Fanavision, much more, including Murph dressed up like a stormtrooper. Fans who purchase tickets through the theme night page receive a limited edition Philly Fanatic X-Wing Fighter Pilot bobblehead. Go to Phillies.com/theme nights for more information and to order. A theme night ticket required item is very important.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Well done, partner.
Thank you very much. Lewis will head back to the mound, back to the dugout, I should say. As Maikel Franco, who was 1 for 2, RBI single. Franco also reached on an error by the first baseman. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. See if the Phillies can add another one here. Eickhoff has a lead again. And a foul tip. Two and two, of course, from Porcello to Franco, as Leon blocks it again. Kendrick goes, so does Blanco. The throw to third is not in time. A double steal. And second and third and 1 man down.
I always thought that Wine never did it, but the back end of that double play with Andre stealing, you really have to keep an eye on the lead runner there. A lot of times they'll have a signal, hey, you know, if I get a jump here, I'm going to go, so be aware so you can take second as well.
That one is lined out toward shortstop, and Bogaerts has it, and the runners go back. 2 outs with runners on second and third. Kendrick with those 3 stolen bases, that is a career high for him. He had stolen 2 bags 7 times. That one's out towards short, picked on 1 hop by Bogaerts, and his throw to first is in time to get Knapp. Well, he did drop 1 ball, but just made an excellent play to get the Red Sox out of this 5th. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th. Betts also made an excellent play. Citizens Bank minor league report. Citizens Bank, the official bank of the Phils. Visit citizensbank.com. Well, Ranger Suarez was the Phillies minor league pitcher of the week. 7 innings, 9 strikeouts. And Edgar Cabral from the Lakewood Blue Claws, 381, was the player of the week. Congratulations to those guys. There were a handful of players that had very good weeks. I thought it was pretty hard to pick who the player of the week was, but that's a good thing for the Phils. Xander Bogaerts will lead things off. He's 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. So Eickhoff has a 1-run lead here in the 5th inning. That is the 76th pitch of the night. Out of play. On the inside corner, 1-2. Ground ball to third. Big hop for Andres Blanco. And 1 gone here in the 5th inning. Sunday when the Phillies take on the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's a 1:35 first pitch. It's Chevrolet Father's Appreciation Day. Hawaiian shirts given out to men 15 and older. Go to Phillies.com for more information and to order your tickets. All right, so 1 away here in the 5th. And Mitch Moreland, who has grounded out and has singled and scored. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Center field, Odubel Herrera going back on it, and he's there. And now 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Eickhoff, for the first time tonight, has been able to get the first 2 batters out in an inning. That's a good thing. And now he'll face Benintendi. Andrew Benintendi has 2 RBIs tonight, a home run and an RBI single. Here are his 2 hits. Real good power the first time.
Oh, backdoor slider. Jared Eickhoff dead central. Big part of the ballpark. In the 3rd inning, a single up the middle. Forcing that ball hit that mound. He can swing it.
Boy, he was waving at that breaking pitch. And a 1-2-3 inning for Jared Eickhoff. That's an excellent 5th inning for the Phils right-hander. We have played 5. On to the 6th inning with the Phils up by 1. of the week is probably standing on second base right now. Odubel is putting the month of May in his rearview mirror and steering his way toward an exceptionally productive June. Through the first 6 days of the month, Herrera compiled 12 hits, all of the extra base hit variety, including 10 doubles, already besting his career high in a month. Pitchers had his number early in the season, but if you mess with El Torito, you get the horns. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. El Torito has a single tonight. He's also lined out to third and grounded out to third base. Also has an outfield assist. He's had a pretty good game, except for the base running in the first inning. But the Phils took care of that by scoring 4 runs. They lead it 5-4 as we start the 6th. And Freddie Galvis leads it off and takes on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Oh, and 2. Bullpen action for the Red Sox. Joe Kelly, the right-hander. Opposite way. Well, John Farrell was hoping that all the work they've done with Porcello over the last several days would lead to success here tonight. I don't know about 103 pitches into the 6th inning. And all these runs that he has surrendered. One ball, 2 strikes to Galvis. Awfully close pitch.
Is a bit up.
Bouncer to first base, and Moreland has it. And he'll have to flip to Porcello covering because Galvis was moving up the line. 3-1 on the put out. And now Odubel Herrera. Odubel's base hit extended his hitting streak to 11 consecutive games. Bouncer to first and a foul ball. Look at Odubel walking around. He knows he jammed himself.
Never feels good in the thumbs, especially your top one. See Leon set up inside. On the inside part.
Baseballs are getting on the fans quickly. I mean, you got to be ready for caroms and you got to be ready for line drives.
Yep. Porcello's been going in, out, in, out, in, out. That pattern holds true. He might go back outside again.
Swing and a miss. Tied him up. And 2 outs here in the 6th inning. That is the 4th strikeout for Porcello.
Goes back in there with a back foot slider. Always good to do after you speed a bat up with a hard fastball up and in.
Just have to execute it.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Nava has had himself a nice night. He's 3 for 3. And Intendi robbed him of another double his last time of that and a slide at second base. Replay was inconclusive after he was called out. So the call stands. Phillies do not have a replay option until the 8th inning. 0-1.
In between innings, they showed Daniel Nava's first hit, that grand slam we talked about in the beginning, up on the big screen. Very nice of them to do here at Fenway.
Nava, .277 lifetime hitter here at Fenway Park, including that grand slam. One of 7 home runs for him. And that one's hit sharply into the shift. Pedroia has it in shallow right. 4-3 on the put out. Nothing across for the Phils. We'll move on to the bottom of the 6th inning. Porcello is probably done. The Phils up by 1. Toyota, find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. By McDonald's, introducing the new signature crafted recipes at McDonald's. I'm loving it. And by your local Chevrolet dealers. Home half of the 6th inning. Phillies lead at 5-4. Where those seats are outstanding up above the Green Monster. Phillies fans have come out in droves to watch their team play. And this series, these 2 games, before they head back to Philadelphia for 2 games at Citizens Bank Park. And Hanley Ramirez will lead it off. Ramirez 0 for 2, 2 ground outs. Zykov starts him off with a breaking ball. Going back and looking at PitchCast, a lot of the pitches that we thought were changeups early on have been listed as sliders. So he is throwing more sliders than changeups, more curveballs than sliders. And the fastball has been his dominant pitch as far as the number of pitches he's thrown. 1 ball and 1 strike to Ramirez. That ball is blasted foul into the upper deck. guy just catch it with his bare hand? Wow. Yeah, Wu is right. 1-2. Out toward left field. Nava is there. A few steps from the track. And one away. That's 4 in a row now retired by Eichhoff. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. Answer. Ben, who holds the Red Sox record for most hits in one season by a right-handed batter?
Go with their current second baseman, Dustin Pedroia.
That would be my first guess as well. It's incorrect. I thought the same thing. I didn't think there could be anybody else.
Right-handed.
Yep. He's on the current roster. 1 ball and no strikes to Jackie Bradley, who has walked, and he's also reached on an error.
Xander Bogaerts?
That is incorrect. Inside, it's 2-0. The only thing I can tell you is just think back to last year, how good a season he had.
Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts is correct.
Wow.
I would have thought Pedroia.
Yeah.
214 hits last year. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. It's not Josh Rutledge, but he's on deck.
Maybe Jim Rice would be in there.
And Eichhoff, that one slips out of his hand. Ball 4. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3, which Eichhoff did in the 5th inning. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. When Pete is standing up, I thought maybe he was popping out of the dugout. I think he wants to give Eichhoff the 6th inning if he can, even though he has Casey Fiend warming up in the bullpen.
That has more to do with pitch count than how
I would
Jared
agree.
is throwing the baseball.
That one's hit sharply. One hop hit by Blanco to second for one. Over to first, off the glove of Joseph into the stands. And Rutledge will get second base. What a play by Andres Blanco. It's a shame they couldn't turn the double play.
Man, how fast did Rutledge get down the line?
Yeah, he was moving. He was putting pressure on Howie Kendrick.
Because that ball was smoked at third base.
Second error of the night for Howie Kendrick.
Made a good clean throw to Howie Kendrick at second. It wasn't the fastest turn, but I can't believe he got down the line that fast. Ball just bounced right over the glove of the mitt of Tommy Joseph.
Time is called. Sandy Leon is the batter. So 5-4 on the put out at second base. And Rutledge goes to second on the E4. Outside 1-0. Well, I think he's got to be aggressive here with Sandy Leon. I don't think you want to face Mookie Betts with a tying run at second base. Over to shortstop. Freddie Galvis stays down on it and has time to throw out Leon. And that'll do it for the Red Sox. 6 innings for Jared Eichhoff. He has a 1-run lead as we go to the 7th. He leaves 1 in scoring position, and we'll be back right after this. That's the base hit that's given the Phils a 5-4 lead. Time for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Phils jumped out to a 4-run lead in the 1st inning, but then the Red Sox chipped away and tied it with a run in the bottom of the 4th inning. Phillies lead at 5-4. Eickhoff 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. He has the look of a pitcher that's probably done. Bob McClure's been chatting with him for a while. It looks like he's exhausted sitting in the dugout.
Supposed to get up to 97 today. It was 94 at game time. Very humid.
Well, Rick Porcello's night is done as well for the Red Sox. Joe Kelly is the new pitcher. In between innings, Eickhoff, like he's rubbing the back of his shoulder. Well, let's hope that's not anything except for maybe just a cramp.
I think he said it's a pinch. He's just cramping up because of that. It is hot.
Aaron Altair leads it off against Joe Kelly. Kelly, 1.37 ERA. This is his 25th game for the Red Sox. At the knees, 1 ball, 1 strike. He has gone 14 consecutive outings without allowing a run. This whole reliever thing has worked out well for him. 1-2 to Aaron Altair. Think about the way their bullpen is set up with a guy like Kelly, and then you have Kimbrel in the back end.
Come in, light it up for an inning or 2.
Big time.
Last pitch at 97.
One and 2 to Altair. Neshek is starting to warm up in the bullpen. So much for Neshek closing tonight.
I think with the top of the lineup coming up, it has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, maybe. Pete has talked about that you know, he would use matchups. And the catch is made by Moreland in foul territory. 1 out Howie Kendrick's coming up. Murph, what the heck's going on around baseball?
Well, it's time for our unlimited baseball break presented by T-Mobile. And the team with the best record in baseball, those Houston Astros, they are trying to navigate through some injury issues. Today, another starting pitcher, Lance McCullers, ended up on the disabled list. McCullers joins other stars, Dallas Keuchel, Charlie Morton, and Colin McHugh, all on the disabled list as well for the Houston Astros. Doesn't seem to slow them down a little bit. They've got 44 wins. That's 3 better than anybody else in baseball. But McCullers now on the DL. And the New York Mets, well, they continue to deal with injury, and it's the same guy over and over. Yoenis Cespedes, who returned to the field on Saturday in a doubleheader, hit a grand slam in that game, was rested in Game 2 and did not play yesterday, did start today, and had to be lifted in the 6th inning by the New York Mets again with those recurring hamstring issues. So Cespedes once again hurting a little bit. Whether or not it ends him back on the DL, that remains to be seen, but it's the same old story for the New York Mets.
Yeah, they've won 3 straight. That's pulled them within 9.5 of Washington in second place. Yeah, there are pieces to the puzzle that are hard to replace. For the Mets, it's Cespedes.
Yeah.
For the Astros, it could be Keuchel, but now you add McCullers to it, and Murph said that's 2/5 of the rotation. Here's Tommy Joseph after Howie Kendrick picks up his 3rd hit. 1-1.
You know what they said they'd like to see Cespedes do?
What's that?
It's very scientific, Tom. You ready?
Here we go.
They want him to.
Murph, write this down.
I got it.
They want him to stretch more because he's so tightly wound.
Yeah.
And drink more water because he doesn't really drink a whole lot of water. He should stay hydrated.
He should also drink some water while he's at it.
Knew that was coming.
Hey, you know what? It's amazing when you look at the Houston Astros. 3 of those guys. Now, Colin McHugh has not pitched yet this season. He's been on the disabled list from the beginning. But Charlie Morton, McCullers, and Dallas Keuchel combined, guys, 20-4 for the Houston Astros as starting pitching. All 3 of them on the disabled list right now. 20 wins for the 3 of them on the disabled list.
I wonder if their offense can overcome that. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tommy Joseph. Well, it's a mile high out toward right center field. Jackie Bradley says he has it. And now 2 outs here in the 7th.
Oh, and by the way, Howie got another hit. Ho hum.
Yeah, Howie Kendrick is now 3 for 4 in this ball game. And his average continues to rise.
Up to 361.
Andres Blanco, his last time up, walked, and he is 1 for 2. Outside, 1-0. Kendrick has 3 stolen bases in this ballgame. The first Philly with 3 stolen bases in a game since Ben Revere. That was back in June of 2013. Kelly's a little quicker to the plate, A, because of his velocity, but he just is, than Porcello. Kendrick is also the first player since Johnny Damon of 3 stolen bases here at Fenway. Damon was with the Rays. Should say against the Rays. Swing and a miss, 2-1. He did play for the Rays for a very short period of time.
Still one of my all-time funniest plays is when Johnny Damon, that left center gap, he threw it. Manny Ramirez cut it like 50 feet away. Remember that in the playoffs?
Oh, yeah.
One of the funniest things I have ever seen. I could watch that over and over.
Inside, 3-1. By the way, I was wrong. He was with the Rays at that time when he stole 3 bags here at Fenway. I think he did a whole lot when he was with the Rays. There's Maikel Franco on deck. Hoping for another RBI situation. Swing and a miss, 3-2. 99 sinking down. And Kendrick will be off and running on this pitch.
It's hard to zone up 99. 3-1 count, you know what you're going to get, but so, well, that might not have been a spot. 99 is a little tougher to zone up than 91 that he was seen out of Porcello.
Opposite way, and Rutledge had a little trouble getting it out of his glove, but still throws Blanco out. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. It's time to stretch here at Fenway with the Phillies on top 5-4. San Diego Padres, all fans will receive that thanks to the folks at Toyota. Go to Phillies.com for more information and to order your tickets. And Mike Schmidt bobble figurine looks like he's celebrating his 500th home run out in Pittsburgh, doing that little dance. I wonder if he ever replicated that dance at like a wedding or something like that.
At a wedding?
That guy's done it at a wedding. Should ask Michael that this weekend if he ever did that again. Phillies will go to Pat Neshek as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. So Neshek, there was a thought that he would close, but the top of the order is up for the Red Sox. Neshek 1-1 with an ERA of 0.78. Now the first pitch to Betts is in there. It's 0-1. Foul back. David Peralta is the only player this year to have 4 doubles in a game. And that was back on the 22nd of April when Arizona faced Los Angeles. The Dodgers, that is. Sandy Leon had it earlier this season. That ball's back toward the middle of base hit. Well, he is now 4 for 4. So that was this night for Mookie Betts.
Double off the wall in the first. And then this little one in no man's land in the 3rd inning. Then in the 4th inning, a bullet down the line. Now here in the 7th, single up the middle. Pulled his hands in nicely. Starting to get hot.
Dustin Pedroia last time up, flat out to center field. He has an RBI and a ground out. He's also flat out to right field in tonight's game. And the first pitch is in there, 0-1.
Mookie has started the game 265. Now he's at 277.
This late in the year to raise at 12 points. It shows you that this late in the year you have to get 4 hits in a game to raise at 12 points. Popped him up left side of the infield. And Freddie Galvis puts it away. Saw that note that we popped up. It was the third 4-hit game of the season for Mookie Betts. Robbie Scott, the lefty, is warming up. Under the watchful eye of Dana Levangie, their bullpen coach.
I don't know if I trust lefties with 2 first names, Tom.
What about catchers with 3 different names?
Touche.
Xander Bogaerts has struck out twice and he's grounded out.
Amazing how quick he is to home plate. I don't know how you could ever get a jump off.
That's part of one of the reasons why Pete said he was thinking about closing him. He said, because I don't think anybody that gets on is going to steal a bag against him. Ground ball to shortstop. That could be 2. Quickly, Galvis to second for 1. Kendrick over to first. That's a 6-4-3 double play and a fist pump from Pat Neshek. And we are through the 7th inning. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. We'll go to the 8th. Phil's up by 1. Check out every new Ford car, truck, and SUV crossover at buyfordnow.com today. Phillies lead it by 1 as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. They lead it 5-4. Time now for a Hyundai defensive play of the game.
In the first inning, off the bat of Howie Kendrick. Ground ball to first base. Moreland just comes up, throws it home. Strike to Leon. Odubel Herrera is out. And then Odubel Herrera, a little revenge, throwing Sandy Leon out at home plate. This one tops them all. Mookie Betts in right field, ball scorched by Tommy Joseph. Off a right-handed bat, slicing away from you. Heck of a play. They are your Hyundai defensive plays of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Well, Robbie Scott will take over here in the top of the 8th inning. You see his numbers, a 1.98 earned run average. Red Sox bullpen has a 3.05 earned run average. consider that's an American League ERA. That's pretty good. It's pretty good overall.
Especially in this division.
There's Craig Kimbrell, their closer. Outside, 1-1 to Franco. Franco has hit the ball hard a couple times tonight. Down the right field line, slicing out of play. I always talk about the pesky pole down the right field line here. As you take a look at the walks per 9 innings, the leaders in the Red Sox at 2.76. That is the lowest of the American League. The pesky pole is 302 feet away down the right field line. If the Red Sox built a new stadium today, they couldn't have the pesky pole. Has to be at least 325 feet to the corners in left field and right field. But because this ballpark is so old and there's not a whole lot they could do with it, it's become kind of a national monument in Major League Baseball. In the dirt, and it's 2-2. Now we say that about those specs, 325. You could probably get waivers, but that's what they would like it to be if you open up a ballpark now. There's Joaquin Benoit warming up in the pen. Looks like he's going to be in the 8th inning. That means Neris, seemingly, if it's a save situation, will be in the 9th inning. Inside, 3-2. A little frustration from Leon. Ball 4. So Franco walks. That's a good way to start this 8th inning. And now Andrew Knapp will bat right-handed.
Just looked up Petco Park. I thought that was a lot shorter, but down the left field line, that's 334. It was shorter than that.
Inside, 1-0. Yeah, the place that did get special dispensation for that is AT&T Park down the right field line, but the wall is higher, obviously, because they didn't have a lot of real estate to build the ballpark.
They couldn't move the bay.
They could not move the bay. At the knees, and it's 2-1. That's 309. Left field, though, is 339.
Yankee Stadium, the new one. That looks like it's 314 down the right field line, 318 down the left field line.
3 balls, 1 strike to Knapp. A bouncer foul past Juan Samuel. Little Crooked Hat came up with it.
It's got to be left-handed.
Man coming down, making sure everybody's okay. Walked past the guy that had the baseball. Be a little tardy getting down there, make sure everybody's okay.
Don't think Michael will be off running here.
I don't think so either. He's got a very short lead off first with the lefty on the mound. Swing and a miss. Knapp strikes out. And with one out, here's Freddie Galvis, the number 9 hitter tonight.
Little cutter down at 87 miles an hour. Fastball is about 91, 92. That cutter there at 87.
Trouble getting ahead of these hitters. Down the left field line by Galvis, 2-1. This is the 25th appearance for Robbie Scott. He has been scoreless in 4. In all but 4. You can see why he'd be difficult to pick up just because of his delivery.
He does hide it.
Just looks like he's going to first base on most of them, and then he swings around. Flies out of his hip. 2-2. Popped up out towards shallow right field. And Mookie Betts calls off Pedroia. And 2 away. Back to the top of the order, and Odubel Herrera's coming up. Well, next Friday, the Phillies will take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in a 3-game series. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturday, don't forget, is a 4:05 first pitch, and then Sunday is Chevrolet Father's Appreciation Day. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. They got the collectible truck on Saturday, and then the Hawaiian shirt on Sunday. That is not the Hawaiian shirt that'll be given out, but it is sharp. Weren't you wearing that Hawaiian shirt the other day? Or a similar one?
Similar.
Odubel takes outside, 1-0.
Mickey could use a couple of the WB Mason trucks. The other ones that he was playing with have played with them a little too rough. I guess that's what almost 3-year-olds do, though, Tom.
I would think so. Not that either one of us remember it, but I would think so. Odubel takes inside. The ball gets away from Leon. Franco goes up to second base. That's a wild pitch. Now he's in scoring position for Odubel Herrera.
Not the best effort there by Leon. That does enable Michael to advance.
You got good arms all the way around in the outfield too for the Red Sox, so a base hit may or may not give the Phils an extra run. They sure could use it.
I think it would have to hit awfully hard for Juan Samuel not to sell Michael, to send him. I know he's not the fleetest of foot, but this is a huge insurance run right now for the Phillies.
Pulled toward first, caught out of the air by Moreland. No runs, no hits, and a man left in scoring position for the Phillies. Middle of the 8th inning. It's the Phillies 5 and the Red Sox 4. Let's break down all the action as the Eagles kick off mandatory minicamp. Catch a Tuesday edition of Quick Slants tomorrow at 6 right here on CSN. The bottom of the 8th inning. The Phillies and their fans excited about the fact the Phillies have are leading it by 1, 5-4. They jumped out to a 4-0 lead in the first. And now as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Joaquin Benoit will be the new pitcher. And he will face Mitch Moreland to start things off. Moreland is 1 for 3 in this game. He's grounded out to shortstop, singled and scored. And he flied out to center field. Benoit trying to get the first out. That it looks like Hector Neris is going to be the closer if it's a safe situation for the Phils. Honestly, I don't. It's hard to follow what Pete's going to do because I'm not sure if Pete knows from day to day. I think it's a gut feeling and it's matchups that will dictate when the Phillies have the lead who's going to pitch the final few innings. Outside, 1-2.
Hopefully Benoit can get the Red Sox in order. That would leave Bradley Jr., Rutledge, and Leone in the 9th.
Yeah, that means you don't have to face Mookie Betts in the 9th inning. Swing and a miss. He got him with a changeup. And 1 out here in the 8th inning. So here is Benintendi.
Speed him up with those fastballs. Break him off with a good changeup down and away.
Benintendi entered this season as Baseball America's #1 prospect. This is his 93rd major league game. Came up last year but did not qualify as a rookie. This year he does. Kind of the same thing as Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge played in about 24 games last year.
84 at bats last year. He struck out 48 times at Aaron Judge.
Saw an interview he did with Bob Costas the other day, and Costas said, "What changed?" And he said, "Well," he said, I think just playing another year and just our hitting coaches drilling it in me to stop expanding the strike zone." Benintendi, I don't think, has those issues. He's, at least last year, was a little more composed with pitches outside the strike zone. One and two. Benintendi had been 0 for his last 16 against National League clubs coming into this ball game, but had the home run and the single, both RBIs, his first 2 times up. 1-2 pitch coming, and he fouls it back. 96 on the heater. Barnes is the closest right-hander. Kimbrel is in the background. Bouncer right side. Charging is Kendrick. Takes the big hop. And there are 2 outs. Now they've got Hanley Ramirez to deal with. And then you got the bottom of the order in the 9th inning.
So you don't want to look ahead too far. Just a 1-run ball game. Pitch by pitch here.
Ramirez last night reached base safely 4 times. Is hitless in 3 at-bats here tonight. Ground out to second base and a ground out to third. And then he flied out to left field his last time up. For Hanley Ramirez, and that was a bomb.
You get a hanging slider and you put a good swing on it, they do go a long way. Knew it right away.
He sure did.
Ball was crushed.
Well, 5-5 game now as Jackie Bradley will be the batter. And he takes inside and low 1-0. Well, that means that unfortunately for Jared Eickhoff, the 22nd home run against the Phils for Hanley Ramirez means he's not going to win a ball game again. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-1. Bradley's walked twice. He's also reached on an error and scored a run. Pablo Sandoval has come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Rutledge. And now it's 1-2. Bouncer left side. It's going to be a tough play. Blanco tries to barehand, and Bradley's aboard. That'll be an infield hit. And Pablo Sandoval is coming up.
See Andre shaking his head right there. Not a whole lot you can do with that. You're playing in the shift. The ball slicing away from you. It's the only play is the barehand, knowing that Bradley Jr. runs well.
Well, now Sandoval will pinch hit for Rutledge. For 33 as a pinch hitter in his career. Red Sox were optimistic that Sandoval, after the surgery last year, and the fact that he trimmed down coming into spring training, that he would help them over at third base. But he has spent some time on the disabled list this year, and he just has not been the same hitter that they expected. Played in 23 games as the third baseman. And it takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. And a 221 against right-handed pitchers and 150 against lefties. Strike. He is 0 for his last 13, Sandoval. His average at 205.
Threw that one right by him.
It looked like a stiff swing with a pitch that was up in the zone. Saw Sandoval's numbers, 4 home runs against the Phillies. Another foul ball, and remains 1-2. By the way, in the Phillies' 9th inning, they will have Nava, Altair, and Kendrick due up. Benoit's thrown 20 pitches, including the home run by Hanley Ramirez that's tied this game up. Phillies are trying to end a 5-game losing streak. Runner goes, pitch is dribbled foul.
Get his bat on that.
Don't know.
It's a good changeup down exactly where you would want to throw it. The 1-2 count.
Toward right field, playable for Altair, and he'll come in to put it away. But the Red Sox do tie it up. The home run by Hanley Ramirez, he knew it as soon as it left the bat. That's the positive reaction. Joaquin Benoit, as soon as he heard it go, he knew it was gone as well. That's the negative reaction. Coming up after the ballgame, it's Phillies Post-Game Live, presented by Cure Auto Insurance. Marshall Harris, Ricky Metallico are standing by. We'll break down Jared Eichhoff's start, plus the night for Howie Kendrick. All that is coming up on Phillies Post-Game Live. Hopefully they're talking about a Phillies victory, because we're tied up at 5 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. And Craig Kimbrel, the closer for the Red Sox, is coming in. This is not a safe situation, but he's trying to keep it.
Very daunting task.
At a 5-5 game.
He averages 38 strikeouts per inning. He really doesn't, Tom, but you can see that 55 strikeouts and 27 2/3. 55.
Yeah, he's having a good year. Pablo Sandoval remains in the game to play third base for the Red Sox. By all accounts, the Phillies probably should hit it to him, because he has struggled defensively. So Daniel Nava leads it off, and he takes outside. Nava's 3 for 4. Nava's the only one in the Phillies lineup that has a hit. against Craig Kimbrell. Now, not everybody has faced him. Blanco is 0 for 1. Galvis is 0 for 1. Howie Kendrick is 0 for 3. Cameron Rupp 0 for 1. Michael Saunders 0 for 2. But among the active leaders in strikeouts per 9 innings. 2-1 to Nava. 98 from Kimbrell. I think a lot of folks thought he would be a Brave for life. But as they were trying to rebuild, they decided, well, let's see if we can get something for him. So they traded him on to San Diego. I think he's much happier here.
Yeah.
In Boston.
He scuffled a bit last year. That's the pitch that's come a long way for him.
Casey Fiend and Hector Neris warming up in the bullpen. Two and two to Nava. And he hits one the opposite way. Caught by Sandoval on the dive. So much for hitting it to him. 1 out.
Pitch at 99. Got in on Nava just a bit. Ball hit any harder. Panda doesn't make the play. He wasn't scolded. See him spinning his wheels there for a minute. But a good play nonetheless.
Now it keeps the potential go-ahead run off the bases. I think his knee brace got tangled up a little bit there. Here's Altair. Altair is 1 for 4 in the game. Takes a slider. 0-1. Two.
21 combined hits in this ball game. A lot of hits.
10 runs, 21 hits, 3 errors.
Porcello gave up all but 1 to the Phillies.
Yeah, 6 innings, 10 hits allowed. Way outside. Well, that's fairly dominant for Kimbrell. Opposition is 2 for their last 45 against him. He's due to give something up. Not here, though. Altair strikes out. And there are 2 outs. 6 strikeouts tonight for Red Sox pitching.
He's back at him with that 99. Man, he's got a quick arm.
Takes a strike. 0-1. Bounce to the third and off the glove of Sandoval. And Howie Kendrick will be safe at first. Howie's been on base each time he's been up in tonight's game.
See the Panda come in here. There's no hop or anything. He just clanks him off his wrist.
Yeah, E5. Tommy Joseph had a 2-run single his first time up. Fingers going to start him off with a slider. And now it's 0-1.
Kimbrel really doesn't fall into a pattern. Saw him lead off Nava with a fastball and a 1-0 breaking ball.
Fastball. And now if you're Tommy Joseph, you got to be leery that he's going to throw the slider right here.
You just have to look heater and hope to react to that slider. Pick up some type of spin on it. Because there's no way you can look slider and catch up to 99, 100.
Here it comes. Maybe not. Runner goes. Pitch is fouled.
He's had some good swings tonight. This fly ball, his last at bat, he flew out. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field. It was a good swing.
Now the 0-2 pitch coming. Kendrick goes, pitches up high, throw to second base is in time. Kendrick says take a look at it. It has to be a crew chief review at this point. And Howie was pretty adamant that he got his hand in there. Really good release by Leon.
Very quick to his feet. Quick to his feet, quick release.
So what has to happen here is that Pete will request that Jim Reynolds, the crew chief, takes a look at it. And they are going to take a peek at it. So the Red Sox will have to hold. Like it was a little late. The tag was a little late. Is it definitive enough though to show it? I think his hand's on there when the tag is then made to the elbow. This will probably be pretty definitive. Watch Pedroia. Wow, he got him. At least it seemed like he got him.
Great tag.
Once again, this one may be just too close to overturn it.
Leon's walking off the field.
It looked like the tag and the hand of Kendrick all arrived at the same time. Watch the bag move. That's, I guess, how we can probably tell. Tag, and then he's on. But is he on before that? I don't know if you can conclusively tell. So I think this will go down as a caught stealing. And the Red Sox will bat the bottom of the 9th inning in a 5-5 game. Let's hope that it's not the case. I think the call from Jim Reynolds will stand for the second time in tonight's ball game.
Here we go.
And he is out at second base. I don't think it's going to be a called confirm. I think it'll be a called stand, but we will wait and see. So either way, we'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. We're tied up at 5. The Phils and the Red Sox. Casey Fiend will be the new pitcher for the Phils. Time now for our WB Mason deliveries of the game. We begin with the good news. That's Howie Kendrick.
Howie Kendrick has been so good. Here he drives in Aaron Altair from second base. Not only does he get him over, but he gets him in. You go along with 3 stolen bases. The 5-4 lead didn't hold up the bottom of the 8th. And then Ramirez goes up top off Joaquin Benoit to tie it up at 5-5. They are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
All right, so Casey Fiend will take over here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And he'll face Sandy Leon and then Mookie Betts. Casey Fiend has pitched in 1 game so far for the Phils. Leon is 1 for 3. He singled back in the 4th inning. And he takes a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. Most important pitch, Casey Fiend said, was that first pitch fastball. And then he said 1A would be his cutter, which you may see with this offering here. Punched foul. It's 0-2. Well, a reminder, tomorrow we'll be back here at Fenway Park at 7 o'clock on CSN. Game 2. Game 3 will be at Citizens Bank Park. Tomorrow Ben Lively will take the baseball for the Phillies. Swing and a miss. He got a 95 on that heater from Fiend. So 1 down here in the 9th inning.
You reach back and throw it by you ball. Saw this the other day in St. Louis. Casey Fiend very animated out there. Wants to be in this high leverage situation. Throws it right on by Leon.
Mookie Betts has been on base 4 times tonight. He is 4 for 4. 3 doubles, a single. Stolen base and an RBI. And he bounces that one to shortstop. Galvis is up with it. 2 outs. Well, it's nice to see somebody be able to retire him. And now Pedroia. Who has an RBI tonight on a ground out. He's 0 for 4. Barnes loosening up in the bullpen. Nava, it's off the top of the green monster. Nava quickly gets it to second. It'll be a long single for Dustin Pedroia. And he was 4 feet away from sending everybody home. Instead, he is anchored down at first base.
Any other ballpark, it probably does lead because of the trajectory it was on. 2 good things happened. 1, it stayed in the ballpark. 2, Pedroia stayed at first base.
And Nava did a great job playing it off the wall.
He's hit enough off that monster. It's just a cutter that backed up. He's hit enough off that monster to know when he can take second base and when he cannot. Nava played that beautifully, didn't he?
He sure did. Xander Bogaerts has had a tough night. He's 0 for 4, a couple strikeouts, and he grounded into a double play his last time up. Started him off with a cutter, and it's 0-1.
Pedroia will still steal a bag, but not the biggest of leads down there at first base. And inching off, I mean, that's not even to the cutout. Looks like he's going to let Bogaerts hit.
Bogaerts fouls it back at 94 miles an hour. It's 0-2. Fly ball center field. Odubel Herrera is out there, and under it makes the catch, and we are going to extra innings here at Fenway Park. Pedroia is left on the base paths. On to the 10th inning. Tied up at 5. In fact, we are all even. Lead, unable though to hold it as the Red Sox tied it on a home run by Hanley Ramirez. Phillies are 4-2 in extra inning games. Meanwhile, the Red Sox are 3-1. And Matt Barnes will take over as we go to the top of the 10th inning. Barnes in his 29th game, an ERA of 3.62. And he will face Tommy Joseph, who was up when Howie Kendrick was thrown out trying to steal. Tommy is 1 for 4.
Tommy's a little more excited to see Barnes than Kimbrel.
He might be.
to look for him to be pretty aggressive here early in this count.
And Barnes starts him off with a breaking ball. It's the 29th ball game for Barnes. Second most among relievers for the Red Sox. Off the hands, blooped over first, and that'll drop in for a base hit for Tommy Joseph.
Oh yeah.
Tommy now 2 for 5 in the game.
Make him feel a little bit better about that ball he scolded to right field that Betts made a good play on. Wouldn't be surprised if they end up pinch running for Tommy here. Maybe if he gets to second base. Ty Kelly down there loosening up.
Blanco 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the first. And drove in a run. Outside 1-0. Folks probably wondering about Blanco, whether he would bunt here. Well, Tommy Joseph's at first base, so it has to be a perfect bunt. In the dirt, nice play by Leon. And now it's 2-0.
Leon's lucky that these balls don't go between the 5-hole. I mean, he's done that numerous times tonight. He doesn't get down and block it the typical way.
Yeah, I thought there was one earlier tonight that was going to go right through the 5-hole.
Very firm surface back there. Very firm.
Pitch right there, 2-2. Leon did a good job bringing the ball back toward the outside part of the plate for Lance Barrett. Let's take a look at pitch cast. Looks like it's off the plate. It is. Gonna bear down these late innings. Check swing, 3-2.
See, Barnes really likes that breaking ball.
Likes to throw it in the dirt too.
Started Tommy with it. Throwing a couple to Andres here. Barnes goes up top with that heater again. Ball 4 for sure. Andres being a little too aggressive right in that at bat.
Michael tonight is 1 for 3. He walked his last time up. And a line drive to right field. That'll be in for a base hit, and it's going to scoot all the way to the warning track. Cut off by Betts, rounding third, and being held there is Tommy Joseph. And the Phillies have second and third with one man down. That was a really good play by Mookie Betts to cut that ball off, because if it did go to the wall, the Phillies would have the lead.
I know Mookie Betts has 4 hits in tonight's ball game. 3 of those are doubles, but he's already saved a couple runs. Hopefully the Phillies can scratch one across here possibly 2. But this is an excellent play. Watch how much ground he covers. He gets to this before it gets to the warning track.
Wow.
And then gets it in as fast as could be. You might be saying, well, if they had a pinch runner there, they would have made it home plate. No way. Don't care how fast you are. They're not going to score on that one.
Now they have a pinch runner as Ty Kelly will take over running at third base.
You know what this tells me?
What's it tell you?
They're going on contact. They're going on contact. They're going to put pressure on the defense. But man, what a play by Mookie Betts.
Well, the Red Sox have said they have 3 center fielders out there. And Larry's honked about something.
No.
Second and third to 1 man down. The Red Sox playing the infield in.
A little surprised that Benintendi's not playing a little more shallow in left field.
Now, Knapp is 0 for 4. Outside 1-0.
And I say that because anything over his head is going to be a hit. Most likely going to be off the monster. But if there's like a little blooper with the infield in, Benintendi might be able to get that and prevent a hit.
That's kind of what we saw earlier when Bogaerts was not all the way back on the edge of the infield. He was in 3 steps and couldn't get back to make a play on a ball like that. Those are not strikes. The pitcher pulled the glove back again. 1 ball, 1 strike.
See, I just said, no, it's not. It's not.
Stan, it's a little outside. Two and 1. Infield in, the 2-1 pitch to Knapp. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Let's see, one of 2 things here. Either he bounces that breaking ball and trusts his catcher, or he rides that good 4-seam fastball up above the belt like he did to Andres Blanco.
Kelly leading off third base. Franco off second base in a 5-5 game here in the 10th inning. And that strikes out. 2 outs. And it's left to Freddie Galvis to try to get the go-ahead run home.
Take a look and see where this one is. GMC pitch cast. It's a good pitch. We saw the Phils with a big 2-out knock in the first inning off the bat of Tommy Joseph. See if we can get one here by Freddie.
One ball and no strikes to Galvis. Galvis 297 with runners in scoring position this year.
When the Phillies offense in the beginning of the season was going so well, a lot of 2-out knocks for RBIs.
Freddie is 6 for 15 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. But he's got the count even. 1 ball, 1 strike. tied 2-1.
I think Freddie got in that 1-0 count. I think he was sitting breaking ball. He got it. Did foul it off, but I think it's just from watching this inning progress. You know what, Barnes, how he's going to attack you.
On that fastball. $36,757. Some have left. Many are still here. Trying to cheer Barnes through this top of the 10th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Galvis. One out, Freddie. Short and sweet. Use the whole field here. Runners lead off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a strike 3 call. Galvis down looking, and the Phils leave 2 runners in scoring position here at the top of the 10th inning. Barnes works himself into trouble and then works himself out of trouble. Take a look at the pitch. According to PitchCast, maybe a tad outside. Not according to the home plate umpire Lance Barrett. The strike zone has been a little wider here in the 10th inning. Tied up at 5. The Phils and the Red Sox. Phillies had a grand opportunity to get the go-ahead run home, but unable to do so. Ty Kelly, who came on to pinch run, stays in the game to play third base. Blanco moves from third base over to first base. And Casey Fiend goes back to work, this time in the bottom of the 10th inning. And he will face Mitch Moreland, who was 1 for 4. Singled and scored a run in the 3rd inning. And he taps the first pitch foul. Benintendi caught it in the makeshift on-deck circle. pulled to right field, and it'll drop in front of Aaron Altair. So the Red Sox have the potential winning run aboard here in the 10th inning. Murph's got a draft update. Murph, what do you got, buddy?
Well, Tom, as this game continues to go on, so does the Major League Baseball draft, and the second round for the Phils is complete. They've made their selection. Spencer Howard, he's a right-handed pitcher from Cal Poly, a college kid, 6'3" right-hander who has 4 pitches, a dominant fastball, they say, with good command, 93, 94. Also throws a cutter, has a very good changeup as well. He was originally in the bullpen his first 2 seasons in college, but they moved him into a starter earlier this season, and he has dominated his league, the Big West. So it's a right-handed pitcher with what looks like a pretty good scouting report in the second round for the Phils.
Yeah, strikeout per inning pitched is pretty. Looks like he's pretty dominant when it comes to the strikeouts. I don't know if the Phillies will use him as a reliever or as a starter. That is their second round pick. They're at first base. Benintendi takes it down low.
87.2 innings pitched this season, 1.95 ERA, so good numbers. Benintendi didn't like that, but these guys that stand right on the dish, anything in is going to look like a ball.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Way upstairs, 2-2. He may have overthrown that one. Opposite way, Galvis can't get to it, a base hit. 3rd hit of the night for Benintendi. And now the Red Sox have runners on first and second with nobody out. Hanley Ramirez is coming up. This is what Ramirez did back in the 8th inning.
First pitch slider off Joaquin Benoit. He hit it over everything. He's very excited about his home run, Tom.
Sure was. Balls and 2 strikes. That was a healthy rip by Hanley Ramirez. 2 strikes to Ramirez. And he taps it over to third base. Kelly's got it, and he's going to run down Mitch Moreland, or at least run to the bag. 5 unassisted. And still runners on first and second, but 1 out.
A smart play by Ty Kelly. Not going to go around the horn for that double play. Ball just not hit hard enough.
Becky Bradley, infield single his last time up. Pitch from Feed. 1 ball, no strikes. Fly ball down the left field line. That's slicing toward the crowd. Nava is over. He jumps and he makes the catch and he throws to second base, and it is in time. What a play by Daniel Nava. If it stands, it's one of the best plays you'll see this year. John Farrell asks them to hold the defense. That was a phenomenal grab by Daniel Nava.
Nava knows this left field better than anybody.
Wow.
You can't blame Benintendi for getting down the line, because if that ball lands fair, he's going to try and score. He's out by plenty at second base. What a play by Daniel Nava.
Well, good call by Jim Reynolds. An outstanding play by Daniel Nava. That means we are through 10 innings here at Fenway Park. Casey Feed loved it. We'll go to the 11th inning with the Phils and the Red Sox knotted at 5. This is Daniel Nava sizing up this fly ball. I mean, look at the extension. And then the presence of mind to get himself set to fire to second base. Howie Kendrick waiting for the throw. The Phillies were out of the 10th inning. And Nava is due to bat second against Matt Barnes here in the 11th inning. Odubel Herrera leads it off, and Odubel waves at the first pitch, 0-1. Odubel first time up singled, and then lined out to third, grounded out, struck out, and then lined softly to first base. No balls and 1 strike. Barnes delivers again. Opposite way, base hit for Odubel Herrera. Nice job just going with the pitch.
Take what they'll give you.
Well, if you watch Barnes that whole inning before, everything was toward the outer edge. And now Daniel Nava. If you're a baseball fan, you should give him a nice round of applause. Red Sox or Phillies, because that was a really good play.
Awesome.
Tip, I should say. 0-1. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kind of a belly flop over to first, and he asked for time because his helmet flopped over his eyes. Longer lead for Odubel Herrera. Change up 1-2 to Nava. Reminder, Phillies post-game live is coming up right after the ball game. Marshall Harris, Ricky Metallico are standing by. Toss over. Seven years to the day when Daniel Nava made his major league debut and hit a grand slam on the first pitch he saw. He returns to Fenway Park, and he's batting here in the 11th inning. The runner at first base. Barnes with another toss over.
I don't need a grand slam, Tom. I just need a 2-run homer. I'd be fine with that.
Fly ball, shallow left field. And Attendee is under it. And he makes the catch for the first out. And that'll bring Aaron Altair to the plate. Altair tonight has a double and a run scored. In fact, he scored what was the 5th run for the Phils back in the 5th inning. Phillies bullpen has Hector Neris throwing. Well, Genmar was up before too, but it looks like it's just Hector.
Third time he's been up, I believe.
Check swing, 1-1. That one's punched foul past Mickey Morandini. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Barnes now has thrown 29 pitches. This will be the 30th of this outing. Last night the Red Sox played a 4-hour 6-minute game. Well, this is just about to exceed that.
Welcome to the AL East.
Another foul ball on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Phillies began this road trip with 2 wins against the Braves, then lost the next 2 to Atlanta, and then all 3 this past weekend to the Cardinals. I've talked today about the pitch that Nola threw to Dexter Fowler that led to the 3-run home run. Bob McClure talked about the growth of a young pitcher. Swing and miss. There, strikes out. 4 strikeouts for Barnes. And now Howie Kendrick, the red hot Howie Kendrick, coming up.
He's back to that hook. See him spike that curveball. It's a good 12-6er there.
Howie has reached base tonight with 3 singles. He also reached on an E5. The fielder's choice back in the 1st inning. 3 stolen bases tonight. And he fouls it the opposite way. And it's 0-1. Barnes' season high in pitches thrown was 39. That was back on the 18th of May against the Oakland A's. About to throw his 33rd here to Howie Kendrick. And Kendrick lines it down the right field line, foul. To Kendrick. And just a bit outside and high. And now 1-2.
Likes to climb the ladder. You see Leon's target at the top. It was close.
Runner goes. Pitch is fouled. And we'll do it again. Odubel actually got a very good jump off first base.
Yes, he did.
Way upstairs, 2-2. Last couple of pitches.
We'll be running here.
Yeah, Ty Kelly is on deck. Takes his lead. Strikes out 5 over 2 innings. He allows 3 hits in the outing. Now we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and we're still tied up at 5. Get a run, but they weren't able to do so in the top of the 11th inning. So now we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. And Casey Fiend will continue on for the Phillies. Fiend has already thrown 2 scoreless innings, even though he's allowed 3 hits. Barnes has basically done the same for the Red Sox. And Pablo Sandoval will be the hitter for the Red Sox. Sandoval flied out to right field in his only at bat as a pinch hitter. And he takes strike 1, 0-1. The Red Sox bullpen has done its job tonight. In relief of Rick Porcello, they came on in the 7th inning. They've allowed base runners, but they haven't allowed any runs. They have 5 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. Fernando Abad as the lefty warming up. It's a Red Sox bullpen that is 4th in Major League Baseball in earned run average. Indians are number 1, Dodgers 2, Yankees 3, then the Red Sox. Meanwhile, the Phillies bullpen has allowed 1 run. Sandoval lines one to right center field. That'll be in for a base hit. So just like the last inning, the potential winning run is aboard, and Sandoval will be pinch run for. As Devin Marrero will come on as the pinch runner. Ryan Butterfield laying down the signs in the third base coach's box as Leon, who struck out his last time up. In fact, he has struck out twice tonight, 1 for 4. He bunts toward third. Kelly's got it. Nobody's covering third, and now Galvis goes over. Sacrifice is successful. Betts is coming up.
Something you don't see a whole lot of, especially in the American League East. Sacrifice bunts. Leon gets it down. Nice job. Advances Marrero into scoring position.
But now they're going to walk Mookie Betts intentionally to face Dustin Pedroia.
You said that does go on your pitch count?
Does not go on your
Does not go. Okay.
Pedroia's last time up fired a single off the green monster. Hits it foul off to the right. Big swings by Pedroia. Former MVP. This guy has been a huge asset to this Red Sox franchise. He's played hurt an awful lot.
You weren't really expecting him to cut back on that swing, were you?
I was not. 341 with runners in scoring position this year. And he's got the winning run in scoring position here in the 11th. Easy feet with a turn back towards second. Opposite way, a base hit into right field. Rounding third, heading for home is Marrero. The throw to the plate, not in time. And the Red Sox win it here in the bottom of the 11th inning on an RBI single by Dustin Pedroia, and I'm not sure if they're going to catch him. A 6-5 Red Sox win here in the bottom of the 11th inning.
The 0-2 pitch comes back to hurt the Phillies here. He got ahead with 2 cutters.
Well, Dustin Pedroia is our Chevrolet player of the game with his game-winning RBI single. 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats, and the Phils have now lost 6 consecutive games. As they lose it tonight by a final of 6-5, they had opportunities to put the go-ahead run across the plate, but were unable to do so. And here is Dustin Pedroia firing it through the hole on the right side.
Goes with a four-seamer out and away from Dustin Pedroia. Uses that hole. What an excellent throw by Aaron Altherr. We talked about his arm earlier in the season, earlier in the ball game. Marrero coming through, excellent slide, just avoiding the swipe tag of Andrew Knapp. Didn't even notice Andrew Knapp, didn't even catch it.
Well, it's a 6-5 victory, and the Phillies have now lost 6 consecutive games. This road trip, which started out so well, has not continued in a positive way. It took 11 innings, but the Red Sox take game 1 of this 2-game series up here at Fenway. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this.